That's okay with you, Dean?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll dispense with the opening statement unless I hear objection. Exchange of materials, do we have anything to exchange? No? Dean?
No, sir.
Okay. Old business, we were gonna talk about management rights, sections 9, 21, and 22. But before we do that, on page 76 of the document, it's section 11.1. Casey, was that T8 or not? It's moved over, but it doesn't have a TA. What's the story with that?
I'll have to get there, I'm
It's
sorry.
the top of the right-hand column.
Page 76, you said?
Yes,
11.1.
11.1,
The training program.
training program, and then it's 11.1.1. It seems like it's the same language all the way across.
If you look back on page 75,
It
it's
is?
T8 on 613.
Okay,
It's just up at the very top
okay, all right,
Sorry.
thank you, appreciate
of
it.
that.
All right. Can we pull up station maintenance and apparatus maintenance
Mhm.
on the screen? And we can start with station maintenance.
Those are 921, if that sound right?
Right, 921.
There we go.
Okay, we have not reached any conclusion on this. You came back with a counter for us to remove the first sentence. I think on section 921, is that?
Yes, that, I think the counter proposal, if I'm right, Dean, was where it starts with management and moves the rest of the way through on the city's proposal. So we probably should put that over in the left-hand, in the IAFF column, if that's correct.
Yes, ma'am. So we said that first sentence is a reoccurring theme. And that
Right.
first sentence, as it exists throughout the document, will most likely merit its own discussion, and something we're concerned when trying to get this agreement ratified by the membership. However, we can TA in the meantime, just with that understanding that the first sentence is very is concerning. We can speak to that first sentence now. However, we
Go
think it's
ahead.
going to show up a lot, and so we could wait until it shows up throughout, or just know where we stand with it. It's not necessary. It's redundant, and frankly, it does seem a little defensive. The tone, it's understood where the city is coming from and how the resolution is interpreted. The agreement is built around that. And we've talked about some of those areas where management right and working conditions can be in the same category. And therefore, that first sentence really isn't necessary.
Okay, so your objection is it's redundant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your argument heretofore has been specific to safety. Do you think the language, obviously you think the language is consistent with safe practice now? It's just the redundancy issue, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd say at this stage, we probably want to retain that. It has been a significant effort on the part of the management team to identify management rights pursuant to the resolution, and I think, albeit redundant, I think it calls it out. The other thing I would say to you is, we can't negotiate beyond the box of the agreement, meaning the length of time. But our redundancy makes us pay attention to those issues. On the other hand, I think we've crossed a pretty major line identifying the issue within here. And so that when it comes up again, you're protected from your perspective to a degree, I think, as well, because we've stated during the duration of the agreement. So when the agreement comes up again, think about this, we'd be forced to have a conversation about that, to change this language. Think about that. It may be redundant, but it's a huge leap of faith on our part too,
Okay.
putting that in there. You may not think it, but it was a major compromise on our part. And so I think it gives you a high degree of relief knowing it's in the duration of this contract, but further knowing that it does call our attention to it by redundancy language, but we need to discuss it. Think about that. That in itself should cause you great relief, that you know that before something is going to get changed. This is more than just me saying good management leadership involves talking to the employees. This calls it out. Quite frankly, I feel a bit uncomfortable even doing it, based on the language of the resolution. But in an effort to move this forward, I put that language in there in that way. Your safety concern has been completely addressed in my mind. So I understand that you're gonna wanna come back and discuss that. I will discuss it with you, but that's really the position I take on that.
Well, we appreciate it, sir. I know we talked about it extensively, and I just want you to know we are paying attention and taking all of that to heart, and you know, can assure you it's getting the attention it deserves.
Okay, I appreciate that. The next section was 9.
Tom, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so I pasted in just the part without the first sentence into the IAFF column, was
That's,
that
I
correct?
think that, you have to ask Dean that question.
Dean, is that
I think
correct?
that's what he's asking to do.
For the
That's
T-
their counter
for
proposal.
For
We're
our
now
counter.
moving it
Yes,
in.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
yes, our counter.
So I'll change it to say IAFF counter proposal.
Yeah, that would go in the second column, correct? Right, okay.
Sorry.
Now, you're a little more, it's a little different story with apparatus, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me what your safety concern is in apparatus that we have not addressed in our response.
Well, we treat apparatus as a working condition. It's like a it's a piece of equipment. It's a tool, and therefore there has to be very specific language stating that those things will always be. I'll just read it exactly. Will always meet those safety standards and taken out of service if they don't. It's quite literally about safety, whether it's just the writing in the apparatus or utilizing it on the emergency scene, especially a working fire. There's no margin for error. There's no wiggle room. In fact, we really stress this you know, about to people who are to members aspiring to be an engineer or have become engineer, that's such an incredibly important role on the department. We should champion it as much as possible because you're in control of quite literally the livelihoods of those members that are participating with an interior fire attack. If that pump or any other part of the apparatus isn't in great working condition, it can lead to something truly tragic. You know, we even say that the apparatus is the most expensive exposure on the fire ground, to drive home the importance of this. The same can be said for ambulances. Though they don't pump fires, they are still critical.
Okay, so our language is similar to what we've said under station maintenance in terms of the section that you find redundant. Under that, though, is there anything in there? So when we caucus, the conversation I had is, so tell me how this practically works. Okay, how does this work in the field? So an officer, firefighter, paramedic, sees something wrong with the equipment. They are obligated to report it immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
Whoever their supervisor is, lieutenant, and then the lieutenant goes to a captain, I presume, and
Yes, sir, there's a chain of command.
yeah, so so we're not suggesting that be altered at all. We're saying exactly what happens today should happen going forward, so that there is no concern about safety in terms of getting a piece of equipment taken out. In fact, I would suggest to you that the language right now has a bit of a gap in it, the existing language, okay? From the standpoint that it doesn't say who ultimately takes it offline. So it says who puts it back on, but tell me where it says who takes it off? Who has the authority to take it off? It says the chief, or his designee has the chief's designee has the ability to put it back on. Does it say who or what the chain of command is to take it off to begin with? I think that's a bit nebulous. I think you guys could end up in and it's never, from what I'm told, there's never really been a dispute about getting a piece of equipment offline that is suspect of having a problem. Has there?
Not that I can think of immediately.
So I'm okay with saying the language to reflect the practice, because there's no one around this table that I know of that wants a bad piece of equipment out there, or a faulty piece of equipment, I should say it that way. And so I'm willing to use that management right language that we put in there and say that if we need to strengthen the safety provisions on this, how a piece of equipment gets removed, okay? And maybe even strengthen that part of it. Because I'm not sure what you have currently, in my way of thinking, is clear enough right now. So what happens if you're operating a piece of equipment and one of you decides there's something wrong with this thing? Do you shut it down right now and report it? Or does it have to go through this chain of command?
Both. If it needs to be shut down immediately, then we do that and report to.
Doesn't say that in your current language. I'm willing to say that. If your issue is safety, which I think you keep arguing,
Yes, sir.
then that should be the focus of this section as well. And I agree, this is probably, as an extension of the firefighter medic, this is probably the most important thing, a piece of equipment apparatus you have. So let's focus on that issue.
Okay.
And again, within the walls of the agreement,
Mhm.
you're protected, the way I think. And before it gets changed in a subsequent agreement, you're gonna have to have this discussion.
Mhm.
I think it addresses both of our issues. So I will come back with language as to the safety aspects, because quite frankly, I think it's gapped, okay? From removing it from line to reflect exactly what it says now. I'll ask
Mhm.
the chiefs to take a look at that and come back with something on that. But I'm not gonna remove the redundancy
Okay.
question, so we'll have to address that somehow. But I would hope that my words translate into meaning that you can convey to the, to your membership when you have to take this before them. So,
Yes, sir. We appreciate that insight, and I think it's a good example of having a third party look at something sometimes, like having someone else edit your paper. You know what you're trying to say, and you understand the practice that's gone along with it throughout your entire career, and so it's hard to catch gaps.
all right, so I think we've addressed those two issues.
Can I ask one question for
Sure.
clarification?
Sure.
On 9.21.
So we have an assignment.
Yes, I wrote
Chiefs.
that down.
We have an assignment to clean up that language based on the conversation you just heard. Fair enough?
Going back to 9.21, we each in the respective columns have a proposal and a counter proposal, so there's a proposal for each one. 9.21.2, are you in agreement that that sentence can now be struck because it's incorporated above? That was our intent with our language.
Okay. So it sounds like the city is saying that this piece is also essentially a 9.21.1, the city proposed language for that.
Correct. The entire proposal for 9.21 is encompassed in the first paragraph, and our proposal is still to strike what's currently 921.2, because we feel like it's incorporated above.
So we can TA 9.21.2 with the understanding that
It's
if
tied.
changes occur to 9.21.1, it could affect that.
Okay. How about if we then put in that column, that statement, that 9.21.2 strike, and again, the note underneath it, provided that we reach a TA on 9.21.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that,
Yes, thank
okay.
you.
All right, the other issue that came up yesterday was this concept of a labor management committee, or it's just called labor management. That, I think it needs a formal name as well, but what I would suggest we do is that maybe, Dean, you assign a member of your group to sit down with Doug and come back with some language for this agreement that talks about that committee and having a provision in the agreement for that committee.
Okay.
And generally for purposes of communicating issues. Not that there's any decisions, but that I see it as a vehicle to communicate concerns back and forth between labor and management. Is that what its intent is?
Yes, sir.
All right. So initially, it could be a
Mm-hmm.
a couple sentence section
Mm-hmm.
that deals with it, but why not get it in here and get it resolved as a
Okay.
part of this negotiation? Fair
Will do
enough?
it. Yes, sir.
All right, so you'll appoint somebody, just to appointed Doug, so
Okay.
he'll sit down with you and, or your representative and come back with some language.
Great.
All right. All right, next is the new business. Are we ready to move out of old business?
Yes, sir.
Moving to new business, we were talking about future process. I thought we had a fairly complete conversation, but is there anything else we need to talk about on that?
Yeah, so our really only concern with the process as of July 1 and after would be mentioning, you mentioned, Lori, that during negotiations with LPOA, all those items that had a TA as of July 1, they just became agreements. And then the discussion was limited to items that did not have a TA.
That's where that's where that discussion went, is that we felt comfortable, both parties felt comfortable enough with the TAs that were in the right-hand column, that the group collectively was willing to leave those alone and move to just the areas that did not have a TA on them.
Yes.
But that was, that
That's
was,
by
that was a
mutual
decision we were,
consent.
yeah,
Yes,
that was
no, I
a decision.
understand that.
Yeah,
As we're seeing here, so many sections interact with other sections.
Right.
And sometimes a TA can be changed due to what's negotiated in another section. So we really wouldn't know that in Saturday at 3:30, or the last minute that we have to negotiate prior to impasse, whether or not would feel comfy with that.
Okay.
With that being said, we don't have any intentions of trying to pull everything. There's a ton of stuff that we started with that would remain as a TA and could become an agreement. All those things where there were no proposed changes from either party, things like where it was just changing union to IAFF, Local 1596, and a lot of other things that we've since discussed that aren't influenced by other sections. However, we just wanted to be totally transparent here and say
Agreed.
that some sections are contingent on other sections, or as we get further into discussions, find that they relate to each other, and we wouldn't want to remove the ability to revisit that if we go to impasse, which our goal is to not go.
I think that's presumed, and I'm okay to add some qualifying language to that effect.
Okay.
When we get there, because you're right. You get further down, if we get to impasse, if we get a mediator eventually, there's things that you didn't think about previously that may impact a previously TA'd section. And so you have to go back in. So it is just that. It's tentative until the
Okay.
whole thing is put
Okay.
together. So.
Okay. So really, that's what our discussion after you outlined the
Okay.
process for us, which we appreciate, was resulted in really just that. So
okay. Well, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to have this conversation early, to make sure everybody was on the same page moving forward.
yes, ma'am.
That sounds like that's something that we would tie up Saturday afternoon,
Okay.
at this point. Agreed? That's our last scheduled meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess we have to decide if we are going to meet Saturday, because it's still marked as tentative, but we can do that at the end of today's meeting.
Okay. So the next item under new business is Article 5, union business.
Could I request that we caucus for about 15 minutes before we start into this session?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll grab you guys real quick and just to remind everyone that we did schedule a special meeting for contract ratification tomorrow night.
Yeah.
That's very optimistic. Regardless, there's a lot to go over with the membership, and so it will be productive nonetheless. But there are rules we have to follow for that, and so as we move beyond today, tomorrow, Saturday, there are certain windows we have to work within. So
Okay. If you'd be
just throwing it out there.
Well, and if you'd be sure and let us know what those windows are, because I'm not familiar with, and I understand that you have rules that you have to follow in getting your membership together.
Well, something like, if I remember the conversation when we we're potentially going to cancel Saturday, or because it was on the agenda tentative, it seemed to create quite a bit of concern from the city side to request that. But we needed that 7 days notice to the membership. In addition, the way things have fallen on the calendar, it moves into the weekend. We're also working our shift schedules, and then Monday is the impasse day, so we were just trying to find a spot to fit it in. Just trying to, like I said, remain transparent and let everyone know kind of the parameters we work within. So.
Well, definitely. Well, let's be sure and reserve the last 15 minutes today, beginning at 3:15, to have a serious conversation about what the remaining days look like, so that we can meet all of your objectives and your requirements for your membership, and so that we can have things on the calendar that we want on the calendar. Everybody knows where we are moving forward, so that we can move through the process again, so we both are on the same page.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we're all in agreement, because I think we're making really good progress.
Well,
And,
I think
but
we're
there is a
optimists
lot-
at heart,
yeah.
and so we didn't have anything structured. I shouldn't say we didn't have anything structured. Our schedules aren't full for July, but the goal was not to work
To
into
have to do
July.
that, yeah.
We also understand that we're probably at the mercy of a mediator's availability, which affects things also. That's true for everybody here, though, and we're not lost on the fact that there's a whole city to manage, and so
Okay,
we
excellent.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, is 10 after, quarter after.
But before you come back up, communicate back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
All set?
I am now, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think we are ready to move to the next item on our agenda, which I have as 4B, Article 5, Union Business. Does everybody agree that's where we're at?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, let me go back for a second. Did you guys have an opportunity to discuss someone to work with Chief Green on that other section, or not yet?
We do, we have somebody. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Is that going to be like a subcommittee during negotiations or a separate meeting?
I just as soon figure out if we can't get some language to roll into the existing agreement.
Okay,
So maybe when we adjourn today, or if we have a longer break, if sometime away from our caucuses, if Chief Green and whoever you select could get together
Okay.
and propose, and draft some language that you can jointly propose to us.
We'll put it up on the screen and hash it
Yeah.
out and see if we can't roll it in.
yes, sir, we'll do it.
Okay. Did you want to tell us who that person is?
That would be Seamus.
Okay, thank you. So if you guys could get
Did
together and
Seamus
work on
know
that.
that?
Did you? He does now.
I do now.
He's-
Okay, so Seamus and Doug, can you find a time to propose us a paragraph? You don't have to worry about numbers or anything, letters or whatnot in the agreement, but just some language.
Yeah. You can, I don't know if it's in there, but you can just take it.
Okay, so now we're at Article 5, I think. Okay. Article 5 is on representation, and I think I just put in here union business as a general header in our agenda. Article 5.1, we've talked about a couple of times because it's come up under other sections outside of union business. And I believe we have a proposal from the city and a counter proposal from the IAFF. And I believe the city's response to that counter proposal was that we wish to keep in those last two sentences, probably for the same discussion that we just had on the station maintenance.
Yes, ma'am.
That paragraph. And I don't know if there's anything to add there, or if we can, I don't know if there's anything to add there by either party
Okay.
on those last two sentences, because that seems to be the area that we're not on the same, that we're not in agreement with. I think our statements are very much the same.
Yes,
It's-
so our concerns are in line with, when we're referencing the first sentence and several other sections, this is similar to that, so we'll have
Okay.
to talk about it as a board
That's
a little more, since there hasn't been any movement.
Okay. And then 5.2 is IFF business. Looks like I started to make the changes, but Casey, if we could add the local 1596 as we move here, at least to the city's proposals, that would be helpful. The city had a proposal for union business that we went over last month, that basically we were, back to internal equity, we're looking for balancing how we do business with both of our groups, approximately the same in both departments. We have proposed language that is similar to that's in our LPOA agreement, and we modified the hours. Probably the biggest thing of consequence in here is we are proposing a reduction in the number of hours that the city designates for the IFF to use for union business. And that calculation is 72, or the proposal is 72 hours. And the reason behind that 72 hours is we have 48 hours with our LPOA agreement. They're 2080 employees, so in preparing for this, I took 48 hours times 2,080 divided by 2912, and that comes to 67.2 hours. And then we just rounded it up to a full 24-hour shift, which is 72 hours. So our proposal is to put this more in line with how we have union business with other organizations. And we also feel like it is, we have put in a separate statement on the negotiations in the next section, so I guess it kind of ties together the 5.2.3, where if one is on duty in negotiations, we handle it much the same as we did, I think it was our last session yesterday, maybe?
No.
Where he was allowed
Chair
off.
Williams was on vacation that day.
Oh, he was on vacation?
Yeah.
So I think our proposed language is that we'll work to make arrangements for those who are in negotiations to be able to be present, that we'll try and schedule outside of work hours as much as possible, but when the need arises, we try and find coverage so that they can be off work. I think that's what the second section says. Subject to staffing requirements, the chief will work with the IAFF representatives to determine if accommodations can be arranged for the purpose of engaging in negotiations with the city. IAFF officers may request in writing to the chief permission to engage in negotiation sessions with the city while on duty. The chief may grant such requests at the chief's discretion. Time granted by the chief at negotiation sessions while on duty will not count toward the IAFF time. So we understand that this is an important and time-consuming activity, the negotiations. So we wanted to separate it out from union, from the ability to use hours, duty hours for things like training, business meetings, and that sort of thing. So I guess these two kind of tie together in our mind.
Or a little bit
Mhm.
on the internal equity as far as the 72 hours and 48 hours used with LPA. I think in the past, we've talked to that length of 48 hours for 8-hour employee was 6 days, 6 working days. And that's how we came up to 144, was 6 working days or 6 24-hour shifts for us.
My thought, I understand that part. My thought is, if you're going to, let's say both of you and someone from the LPOA are going to respective conferences, and that conference is Monday through Friday of a given week. The time one needs off work to go to a week-long conference would be 40 hours for the LPOA person, and in a given week, it might vary depending on when that given week is, but probably not more than a maximum of 3 shifts would be needed for that person to go. So 40 hours for the IAFF person, 24, 48, what does it come to, 60? Yeah. So one conference for 1 week, this amount would give approximately the same amount of time away from work for a person to be able to go to something. So we do believe it's equitable, and it's not about just that same 24-hour day, because there's a lot of spaces between your days that the LPOA does not enjoy. Their days are consecutive when they work. And so we feel like this allows the same time to attend conferences and to attend training sessions and that sort of thing that our other employee group is able to enjoy on city time, on paid time.
So, we understand that point of view, Lori. The idea of internal equity is something that we believe in. We think the resolution providing multiple employee groups to negotiate contracts is how we achieve that. Our schedules are so different. Our job descriptions are so different that we trust that the negotiation process is what creates the equity, even if the hours seem so much different from each other. Additionally, just add, even though it's relevant to discuss the process that the city had with LPOA, we were not part of that. So we can't set precedents for us. Otherwise, it's like saying the first employee group to negotiate a contract is going to set precedents for all the next employee groups. And so if that were the case, we would want to be first, right?
Yeah.
So this 144 hours has been in existence for a very long time. It's effective. It works well all across the board. And given such a weird shift schedule, 24-hour rotating shift with time off selected in advance, it's really necessary for us. With that said, you can see even through this process that we're very proactive in finding creative ways to do things without using time, time, whether it's the members' benefit time, city's overtime, the union time. We try to find creative alternatives, and we're very good at that. It's something that this board has focused on and really helped kind of progress our association.
Dean, you say a very, very long time. How long do you think that's been?
Well, we have contracts that date back to the 70s that we can reference. I would have to look specifically through each one, chief, to tell you a date.
But the number of, you're saying the number of hours has remained the same since the beginning?
Well, sir, for
You've negotiated different hours, different contracts, correct?
What he's saying is we would have to look back and see.
Yeah.
We don't, I don't know. when that was.
I think it is interesting that you don't want to have the same benefits or have the same agreement that the LPOA has, because that was negotiated first. But in the current contract that you have, we have that most favored nations provision, where you want every benefit that is extended to the city, to any other city employees. So that sounds sort of contrary.
It may sound that way, but it's not. And we've spoke to our perspective on favored nations. We understand again that we have different schedules and certain things are adjusted to reflect that. That is equitable. We all experience the same holidays, for example, or when we get to the conversation about shoes. I mean, shoes cost the same for everybody, regardless of what kind of shift you work. And so those types of things could be the same. We're also very sensitive to the administrative piece and trying to make those things easier. That's a point that we always make to each other to consider when we're proposing, counter proposing, or just operating day to day. So that 144 for our schedule, it works. And in fact, if anything, we need more. We didn't make a proposal requesting more, but to have less would negatively impact our ability to do business.
And not just necessarily us. I mean, we use some of this time to go to health and safety conferences to bring stuff back. Not just health and safety. There's other things, but for instance, education pieces on cancer awareness and prevention within the fire service. All sorts of programs and initiatives that we commonly bring back to the department to improve the department as a whole.
Oh, so when you talk about your training sessions that you go to things that are, and I'm speaking completely from a position of lack of knowledge, because I don't know where you have used the 144 hours, but you go to conferences outside of IAFF conferences?
No, the Health
With
and
these
Safety
hours?
Conference is put on by the IAFF to establish initiatives and programs like that for departments across the country to educate IAFF affiliates on those items.
Okay, so like I go to my professional conferences, and in those conferences, I learn things related to human resources. When you go to IAFF conferences, you learn things related to the fire service that you can bring back to the department.
Yeah.
But they're within your professional organization, the IAFF, generally speaking.
In some instances, yes.
Okay. Do you go to other conferences?
For instance, we have used union time for peer support meetings.
Okay.
Our peer support initiatives. There's different curriculums out there. One is the IFF curriculum. There are other curriculums out there. We've used peer support time for peer support meetings. These are all items that improve the department as a whole. It's not as if the city is just paying us to do. We are doing items that often bring back initiatives to improve the department.
And do you make those opportunities available to a wide span of your membership, or is that generally speaking those that attend? How do you select who gets to use those 140
Yes, ma'am.
hours?
It's a period is opened up usually for a month at least to solicit interest, and then the Constitution bylaws outlines some eligibility requirements, but most members are eligible, especially those that are interested in this, in attending some type of training. And with that, in addition to that, they are actively participating in some process, for example, health and safety committee or peer support team, or as we're moving forward with human relations, those types of things. Absolutely.
Can you,
So Dean, in
Mhm.
terms of, we've discussed the internal equity issue, but how about the market comparison? I think we've had a chance to look at some of the other agreements that we tend to compare to, like Topeka.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what they provide in terms?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. The other thing we picked up in the Topeka contract is that the union actually pays the officers or the executive team.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case with your situation too?
Does our executive board get paid?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so what's the expectation for that? I mean, what does your organization expect you to do?
Well, contract negotiations is a big one. The labor management process is a close second. And then, of course, any type of guidance or direction for members through whatever it may be. At any given time, most of us are on the phone with a member, helping them understand policies, procedures, protocols, helping them navigate the chain of command. The culture on Lawrence is that people call us a lot. We do recommend that they address these things with their immediate supervisors, but if they're not comfy, this is a great benefit to them. We have no problems doing that. I can show you at any given time when we're tied up like this, I probably have 30 voicemails on my phone and just trying to always get through them. Other expectations is that we are proactive and progressive, so we're on point with those things that are trending in the fire service. What's the next thing? What's coming down the line? Which things are tried and true, and which things need a fresh approach. They expect us to attend training, be attentive, punctual, and participatory, and bring it back. They also expect us to carry ourselves on and off duty with maturity and professionalism, representing them with integrity. And additionally, we have some other pieces that are actually more known to the public, but sometimes not, maybe not emphasized enough. The charitable foundation that we have, the expectation is that we're serving the community above and beyond the members. And then also, as Seamus has mentioned, we've worked tirelessly within the peer support curriculum. You've seen that be launched through an app called The Guardian, which we're an integral part of, and hope to achieve some internal policies and procedures as soon as possible. That expectation is very high for us. We've been hearing about it on a day-to-day basis for what feels like ever. Obviously, that's not the case, but the commitment is there.
So let me probe it a little bit further.
Yes, sir.
So you just discussed a lot of activities.
Mm-hmm.
So I presume some of those are occurring on duty.
I mean, it's a balance. So we have a schedule, pending the alarms that we respond to. We actually have a schedule, daily activities. We're very careful not to do anything on duty at all. That's the preference. Sometimes we have to field a phone call, especially through management. I had to do that recently, and that's okay. Manager is calling, we're going to answer and talk. But we try to do things off duty, so this is around our schedule, just like this. Just like you saw Jason on vacation, use his vacation time to be here. We're very realistic about this stuff, and we know what we're getting into, what the commitment is, whether someone pursues the elected position or is asked to pursue it. Members understand the commitment for serving on the board, and try to do that around the shift schedule. Some things overlap, and that's what this 144 hours is about.
So the 144 hours, would you say that covers your your duty time to be trained and so forth?
It's very carefully managed. We've been able to do it. Peer support has changed that drastically. We discussed at length whether or not we should propose and request more, maybe even specifically for the peer support curriculum. Ultimately, we decided not to again. We were just looking at time frames and how much information would need to be presented for something and whether or not we thought we could reasonably and realistically do that. We felt like, I'm just giving this as an example, with peer support, without the policies and procedures, without, at the time that app launched, there's still some missing links that we thought would be best for the discussion, so we left off that proposal. But that 144 hours is only, it takes some real management to make it work, and it doesn't always work. Sometimes we just can't be somewhere because we just don't have the time. We can't secure other times off. The board especially, we use our own benefit time to do a lot. And so whether we, if you know of something far enough in advance, you can schedule your vacation on those days, or possibly just trade with a member.
So the union though, the IAFF, you're compensated. I presume that you had to make some argument as to how you're compensated, or is it more in the realm of like being an elected official where this is the amount of money, recognizing that you're doing all this stuff and it doesn't even come close to the amount of hours you're gonna spend?
Well, at the risk of trying to, we're not here to try to say something like that, about ourselves. There was a motion made years ago that for the executive board members to receive a certain amount of money each month. For that reason, you do use a lot of your own benefit time. Of course, you're not eligible for many days that overtime is offered because you've already committed to something else like this, and that stands. A motion could take it away, could decrease it, could increase it. It's not something that we really get involved in. There's really a line of ethics there, so we just,
So ethically, you don't see a situation where you're getting paid by the city and the union for the same hour of work?
No, sir. Not at all.
So the 144 hours would be
Mhm.
stuff that's stuff that would come up while you're regularly scheduled? Or is part of that 144 something, you mentioned you use it now for your peer support let's say it's a meeting on your day off. Do you put that in as part of that 144?
No,
Is it
ma'am.
only to
It would be
offset?
something that
regular
overlaps a
schedule?
regularly scheduled duty day that cannot be adjusted. And most of the likely, peer support's a great example, especially it's most relevant to right now. Those don't get scheduled as far in advance, and so it is difficult to manage that time. What we're working on it. We like seamless operation that doesn't really impact us working. And plus, I'll just tell you straight up, we don't firefighters don't like missing shifts.
Mhm.
You're gonna miss something. So I'm just by nature, by personality.
So the 144, I'm just trying to get a picture
Mhm.
of how we're utilizing this time. So right now, the peer support activity is something that's done if it's done while on duty, it's done under the auspices of this 144 hours. If you have a meeting with someone in the peer support and you speak with the chief about being excused or whatever you do here to get permission and have it logged on your timesheet.
So we haven't specifically used peer support time to meet with a member requesting a peer supporter. We have not done that yet. I would like to think that that is something that could be used for, but up until this point, we've used trade time or an off-duty personnel that is part of the peer support team to make those contacts and handle that situation. There has been times in the past where I have personally used union time to go and be the chair of a peer support meeting with the team members. When we were in the process of getting our ducks in a row to make a presentation to the chief of the department to try and bring a program here.
And that meeting happened to fall on your scheduled shift.
Happened to fall on my regular scheduled duty day. I needed a couple hours to go to that meeting, and that was what was done.
And so you just asked the chief said okay, or you asked your command staff?
The way it would work through us is, since Dean is the president, those requests have to go through him. And I just let him know and approved by him, sent to the chief, and then it is granted.
So that 144 is really a schedule in advance, not something that comes up at the last minute
Typically,
sort
no.
of activity.
No, I believe the
Okay.
current language says that we are obligated to notify the chief as soon as possible.
Okay.
I'd have to look exactly what it says, but the spirit of that is in that current language.
So just for example, how was that 144 hours used last year, like in 2018?
So I'd have to go back and look at what our requests were and if it even reached that, but it's most likely a conference attendance and the regular monthly meetings that overlap with our shifts. That's probably where it was.
Okay.
I'll try to refrain from saying things like I think or probably, but in this case, I don't know for sure. I'll have to check the records, but most likely that's what we use it for.
Okay. And you said maybe not all of it. Are there years when you don't use the whole 144? You pretty much use it most of the time? An estimate. I
yes,
realize you don't have the records.
Yes, ma'am. So there are years where the 144 may not be used.
Okay.
I don't have records for those requests beyond my serving in this position,
Right.
but I got to think that that's true.
Okay.
Dean, can you speculate for the cynics amongst us?
Yes, sir.
What percentage of this training relates to how to be a better negotiator versus actually improving the skill set of
Yes.
a firefighter paramedic?
Very small percentage that is available through one conference a year that you could attend, where there are classes like that. Everything else is really what we get to. Remember, this is motion driven, so it's what the members would want to support you through. Is focused on primarily health and safety. We do have a human relations conference that we go to. So, I mean, if someone were to go to that, it would be such a small percentage. I don't know what that is. And without, I mean, you can tell this is not our world, right? Being in
I
this
don't know, I think
situation.
you're pretty effective.
But it's not something where really we could just send somebody to a class and then they're just some master negotiator or anything else, right? It's really something that a person needs to be practicing in real time, meeting with executive staff on a monthly basis, having to present information, whatever that is, positive or negative or otherwise, is how that skill is developed, and we don't have to send someone to a conference for that.
But for example, you talked a lot about peer support. I suspect that some of these
Ton
conferences
of
spent there.
of hours spent with peer support.
So what
That
other
has been
thing-
going on for years before our team was even informally implemented. We had to fully immerse ourselves in that curriculum because it's such a serious topic, such a serious thing.
So that's personally something that I put a high value on.
Yes.
But what other things? Give me some other examples of how you, I mean, are there other things like that you're,
Well,
that
let's
are
say
going on from the IAFF?
for the peer support piece, is something that would be like that. I would, and I'm just speaking here without consulting the board members, and everyone's encouraged to add to it. But community paramedic is a big thing from our perspective. You're seeing some variation of it being recommended.
Is that the kind of crisis response team member?
That is not the curriculum that we endorse and have requested meetings for, but it's certainly what we think is the next step in providing that medical service. So we're fire medical, and so I know that I've personally attended a lot of work trying to make sure I understand it before speaking to it, and build those relationships. But that's just an example. I think it does kind of go with peer support, even though peer support focuses on members, people that work in public safety, and that focuses on the
Customers.
people that are using the service. Let's just get real about it. Mostly related to mental health issues, and and something we believe in, that we're here to serve and provide. But those are two big examples.
Yeah. And as Jason mentioned, I think last meeting about peer fitness, there's also items of that at the Health and Safety Committee, peer fitness classes, how to implement that program, how to continue motivating your fellow employees, how to develop fitness regimens for a department, and nutrition, all that. These are all items that are discussed, or classes available at these conferences.
So if we were to allocate more hours for this, or even withdraw our proposal and maintain the 144, how do you bring the educational piece back to the department for the benefit of the entire department?
Well, I can answer that. At one particular conference, we had a guest speaker, Dr. Jenke, who spoke about, she studies firefighters' health and well-being. We made contact with her, and she's now spoken to our department and our recruits 3 different times over the last 2 years. And her presentation is very good information for new people, especially about what they're going to encounter in this job and how to stay healthy so that you can have a healthy retirement one day. So, and it is everything from nutrition to sleep to just good mental health practices.
Okay, so one thing is you become exposed to professionals in the field who can become speakers at our training programs that you can recommend back. Do you ever present back to the staff, or bring that information back and somehow put it in a fashion that all 140, 50, 60 can benefit from?
Peer fitness, peer support, things like that were all heard. We learned those things at conferences and then brought them back, made presentations, and they are now adopted, or we're currently working through those. So yes, we do that all the time.
So do those get discussed at labor management then?
Mm-hmm. I myself, along with 3 others, developed peer fitness presentations and gave those presentations to the administration, and that happens in other type of disciplines.
Okay. So what percentage of this 144 hours would you say, and I know you're guessing again, but what percentage would you say might benefit in that respect for bringing, basically bringing information back to the department for the good of the whole and the good of the community, versus things that would arguably be for the benefit of your association and your membership, and negotiations and working with your membership and that sort of thing? How would you divide that 144?
Are you asking what percentage of 144 hours benefits the membership in department?
No, training, like bringing this educational piece back, training, learning things about that are industry specific that you bring back.
Yes, ma'am. I wholeheartedly believe it's 100%. It's all relevant to the membership and the department as a whole, which in turn the community. We bring that all back. It's all influencing the work we do. As far as literal presentations, it's probably more like an agenda item that's discussed, labor management or a committee, or with the membership as a whole as we put together peer support teams or this HR committee, the peer fitness group that we have. Our annual physicals are a great example of that. We go and learn about things like PSAs and prostate cancer. What should we be doing to get ahead of that? We can bring that back. We've discussed how we have a January meeting. Not that conversation is limited to January. And, we've successfully added that to the list. And as I've mentioned before, I believe it has saved a department member's life. But 100% of what we're going to be exposed to learn, to retain and bring it back in some capacity.
So, Lori, what I'm hearing is that the city has some concerns that we would be using this time in a way that would, from your perspective, see to work against the city, is what we're hearing. Okay.
Oh, I don't mean to sound that way. what I am trying to wrap my head around is how much of this might be similar to how we have granted others, and I know you would want to be the first to negotiate if we feel like it has to be the same, but when we allow employees to use city dollars and their paycheck and their time that would otherwise be engaged in our job duties, how much we use that for things, for business that's not related to professional development
Mhm.
as we use it in our job, and
Mhm.
how do we make that equitable across the organization? We've mentioned that we're trying to kind of look at making it equitable between the LPOA group and this group, and that's something that's of interest of the cities, is to kind of look at how we allocate those hours and what is a good balance of that. And I guess I'm getting a feeling that if it falls a little bit outside of union business and more into education, then that's a professional development, then maybe I could wrap my head around a different set of hours. But if it's to, have business meetings and things like that, I think there's an appropriate limit that frankly, the people that we're responsible to for how we expend city funds would feel
Mhm.
is appropriate.
Mhm.
And we landed on that 48 with the other group, and I'm trying to land on that number. I guess I noticed in here that it's recorded on the biweekly payroll record, so I assume I could go back into executive time and pull
Exactly.
like 2018 to see where we had used it, to kind of wrap my head around that.
Mhm.
But when we talk about a different set of numbers, or that number of, needing 6 working days to be away, 6 working days for the IAFF membership is not quite 2/3 of a month. Almost, it's over half a month off work. And
Mhm.
48 hours for the LPOA is a quarter in a day, like 6 days. So I'm thinking about, okay,
Mhm.
what is appropriate? Which calculation does mean equitable and appropriate to those that we answer to? And that's just kind of what I'm trying to get a feel
Okay.
for.
Mhm.
And and I think there is a balance there that's appropriate for that. But and I can go back and look at those.
Let me ask you this. How much of the training is going to IAFF versus sponsored training versus other sponsors of the training?
Most goes to an IFF sanctioned, event. That's what we focus on. Something we could consider as other things that are out there, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
So other than the hour change, so we can move on to the next
Mhm.
section. Other than the hour change, how do you feel about the proposed wording change that the city has proposed?
We'll just review it again.
Okay,
Excuse me for a few minutes. wait.
okay.
Laura, in addition to that time, a big difference is the notification versus requests.
Mhm.
full disclosure, I have always requested, rather than a notification regardless of how much time. But with that said, that is a big difference and, something we need to discuss a little bit.
Okay. I would be very interested in your feedback on that, and then we can come back and land on the actual number, I guess, as we finalize things. And I can look a little bit more into how we've used it in the past year or so, too. With that, I would ask that we look at, unless you have anything more on that
No, ma'am.
section.
Move on.
Or a counter proposal. I guess the big difference in that is the hours and that, the two words that you pointed
Mhm.
out. And we would entertain a counter proposal if you're not agreeable to the requests,
Okay.
the terminology. 5.2.3 talks about negotiations, and again, we have proposed some modified wording.
What was the answer to
Oh.
that previous question?
There is one word that is different between the current language and our proposed language, and that is in the second to last sentence. Current language is notification for designated union time, and the proposed language is requests. And Dean had indicated that he would like to caucus on that before responding.
Okay.
Would that be accurate, Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
And sir, I'll just add that, you know, we work with the city on time and, regardless of only having to provide notification, I have actually always requested.
Thank you.
In case there's something that we're not thinking about.
Right.
It's,
I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead, Lori.
Okay. So 5.2.3 talks about negotiations specifically, and how to staff for those, or how to request time off for those meetings themselves that we're engaging in today. As you- As you can see, the reoccurring theme
Mhm.
is present here as well, that we believe the chief should be making our staffing decisions and should be able to determine whether someone can be off work in order for any reason to be off work, that we're able to meet our commitments to the community with our staffing. And so this is a modification in language designed to give chief the authority to approve those requests for time off, and so that we can ensure we have adequate staffing and that we're making appropriate arrangements. And not that I don't doubt that you have made requests in the past versus notifications, but we feel like in order to get the language maybe more in line with our practices, is that it become a request and approval procedure versus a notification procedure for that.
Well, it should be evident, you know, the efforts we've made during negotiations to be here with no impact to staffing. So far, we've literally had zero impact to staffing to be here.
Correct.
So our intentions are totally obvious.
Yes, and I
that-
appreciate that, thank you.
And it's no secret that most executive board members are aspiring and active, if not actively pursuing positions in management. And so we're very in tune with that responsibility. So we'll just want to make sure, because it's been a little bit since we've looked at these, during our caucus for this other one, I'll make sure our response to 5.2.3 still stands the way I understand it.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
I'm sorry, what did that mean?
What do you mean, sir?
What, your comment, my brain was someplace else. What did you just say?
I just want to make sure that our position on 5.2.3 is what I understand it to be. So since we'll need to caucus on the previous section, I'll just ask the board members real quick.
About that one as well? Is
Yes,
what
sir.
you're
That way I
saying?
don't
Okay, I get it.
misrepresent us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and I think our purpose here is mostly cleanup and making, those two items, making sure we're following our practices and that we feel like the chief should be making that call. 5.2.4, we have proposed to strike that language. And in May, there,
Because we said it, we believe it was addressed above, right?
yes, we feel like it's in 5.2.1.
Covered under one.
So that would be our thought continuing, is that whatever language we have in here is covered under 5.2.1.
Okay.
Okay. 5.2.5, I think, oh, we TA'd that. That was just a
Yep.
textual change. And 5.2.6 was on dues. And we had some conversation on this previously in May. And the city had proposed that we modify the language that has us having the employee, essentially, has the employee indicating each year that they are affirming a payroll deduction from their paycheck. And we had some discussion on whether the city feels like we should do this every year, that the employee themselves should acknowledge that they want a payroll deduction from their paycheck in the amount that it's designated to be. And I know you offered some counter language that had us eliminate a section. And I believe that section is, the only difference between the city proposal and the IAFF proposal is a sentence that's embedded in the city proposal, starting with the deduction. The deduction will continue each pay period at the same amount until the employee submits another signed authorization form, either to change the amount or to be deducted, or to discontinue the deduction. So I guess we are still on the feeling that the city feels like we want the employee to be able to check off and say they concur with the deduction versus having a list sent and by an officer in the IAFF for our payroll unit to change the amount.
Okay. So, it's been practiced that the treasurer of the association does that on behalf of the membership. It's an incredibly tedious process and would create a ton of work for the city administratively, rather than just the treasurer doing that and then representing everyone. That's essentially part of being a member of the employee group. That's a service that's provided to you. We would encourage that practice with all employee groups. If they're not currently doing that, they should. It's one of the treasurer's responsibilities. It is something the employee is informed on. It's driven by them. It's not misrepresenting the member. It's simply making the administrative process of this payroll deduction easier.
And I would also add that there were earlier proposals by the city with the intent of making the administrative process of HR easier with some of that handbook language. This is an administrative process for us, and we ceded just a few things to include some handbook language to make those administrative processes easier on your side. We certainly expect the same courtesy in items like this, as well as Dean pointed out, having all those payroll deduction forms at once in January would be quite the task for the city. And I know there were some earlier comments from the city in previous meetings about making sure that the employees are well aware that this is voluntary. I can tell you that that is the truth. That's the current practice. It's even on those pay deduction forms, so.
So, go ahead. So the payroll deduction form, the text on the form indicating that it's voluntary is not objectionable to you, and that's okay to have that language on there. Am I hearing that it's mostly about having it signed every year, or having it signed at the change of a deduction? Or does the deduction change every year? Maybe, I don't know if dues go up every year or not.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
so was our language every time the dues amount changed?
That's our interpretation of the city's
That's what
language.
we were saying, right? Is there a,
And the treasurer can handle that on behalf of the membership.
how about a different approach to that? How about every time a new contract is entered into?
We'd still want to let the treasurer have that responsibility.
Well, but every time you have a new contract,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's 2-3 years, it isn't every, and I don't even know how often you do your dues changes, but it would seem like that would be a good thing from your standpoint too, as a part of your ratification vote. You'd have a place at that point where everybody could sign off on a master sheet. I'm trying to address the concern about efficiency from your standpoint. Anybody that isn't there for the ratification vote would, I understand your concern, right? There's a reality concern here too about, you've got them locked in at this particular time, and maybe not a deliberate reason for them not to sign again, but just trying to track them down to get them to sign the thing. I can see as a problem, but if we did it every contract time, and we had language that said that dues changes and all that, that would be built into it, that would seem to address kind of that concern. So when's the last time we had signed authorizations?
Oh, I would have to ask Marla that question.
What's your question?
The last time we had signed authorizations.
So are they signed once they're an employee initially, and then they're never signed again?
Yes, so as they become a member, they
Yeah.
sign a payroll action form that lays out the process. Then
And that's the only time they're signing?
And that form is then submitted to the payroll network to administer. When we have changes in our payroll, our dues structure, which is, our dues structure is based off a percentage of top firefighter pay. And so as that top firefighter pay increases, the dues would increase.
So it's automatically built in? That's what you're, is that acknowledged in the payroll form?
And the structure,
Yeah.
how we determine the amount.
Yeah.
So that, I don't think it's in the form of how we determine the amount. That's
That they're,
less than
yeah, you know what I mean, that when they're signing their dues checkoff,
the
they
dollar amount.
recognize that it grows with their salary.
Yeah.
'Cause
I don't know if
it's
it's in the form currently.
Hmm.
I don't know who they have objection to putting that.
It's
Um,
not currently in our form, it is in, our due structure is in our bylaws, which are available to all members.
Yeah.
And there is a statement within that payroll action form that I'm just reading directly off. It says, "I understand that I may revoke this authorization at any time by notice to the Human Resources Department at City Hall."
That's on the form.
That is on the form.
And then I have a responsibility each year annually to go over the payroll, the dues structure, and I explain it to everybody and go through that process.
So, does Human Resources have a copy of that bylaw provision on file? Should we be asked about why someone's deduction changed? In other words, anytime we change someone's payroll, we're able to move back to a document that indicates, we're able to
If the
track
employee
that
had
action,
questions before
yeah.
that change, you could explain, yeah. I don't know that you guys have it on hand. but,
No, we don't.
um,
I haven't seen the bylaws
Okay.
at all.
Okay. So a possibility might be to get a form, I'm just thinking out loud here, is to get a form that ensconces all of the concerns here and maybe do a reset. And then we have that form in the
One-time reset.
personnel file. And then it have a provision in there that, or have a statement that they're signing off on that understands that the dues may be changed, based on,
That the dues are
are
subject to
changing.
change pursuant to the bylaws of the organization that they're signing it.
and maybe even have that structure copied into that authorization form, and that way that's on file with our office, and we can read it and say, this is why your dues changed in January, because you signed something that said that you authorize it using this formula, and we received notification, and we would know if it's
Yeah,
based on a pay
notification
structure,
Yeah.
that's obvious to us too, because we know when the pay structure changes.
And along with that process, I have been in the past, would be emailing directly to Teresa Ferguson, which I think is not going to go to Marlowe,
Right.
my understanding. So there's a structure and it lines out the new dues will be this amount and is applied to.
Well, let me take some of these ideas back to a caucus, and maybe likewise, if you wouldn't mind,
And Lori,
seeing if we
have
can
you
meet
ever-
everybody's interests.
has the HR office ever been called by a member asking why their dues increased?
Oh,
Or
you know,
why more money has come out? I mean, is
I would not
does it
know the
happen
answer to
enough
that
to where
question.
you know that it happens?
Not specifically this.
Okay.
I do know that regularly in January, we ask everybody to check their paychecks,
Yes.
and we get a lot of phone calls on a lot of
It's
stuff.
one of our most
Yeah.
common conversations with
Yeah.
people is how to understand their paycheck.
Yeah,
And, I mean, I'm sure there's comments about me sometimes, but I'm always like, if you've got,
Right.
if you can flip through your social media for a couple minutes, then you can look at your
your
payroll,
paycheck.
for a couple
Yeah.
minutes,
So
twice a month.
So, no, this is not coming out of an onslaught of concern that people are having deductions that they object to. But it is, coming out of concern that we want to make sure people understand their paychecks and what their deductions are. And I know from a benefit standpoint, we work very hard to talk about what the things that change in one's paycheck as well as other things that change in their benefits. And we have processes for reviewing that, and we don't always get a new signature, but we have processes for affirming it. And some of them we do ask for new signatures on every year, and other things we just ask employees review it. Our B-Swiss system has been nice for that too, for people to be able to review what their paycheck's gonna look like. So I think part of our interest is reaffirming on some sort of basis that that membership is voluntary. That's important to the city to know that employees are not compelled to have this deduction. And number two, that they're apprised and understand when and how what the mechanism is for changing that payroll deduction. I think those are of interest to the city, and having, and being able to explain that if that call comes through, that we can step through all the pieces of one's paycheck. And this is just one component that we don't have quite the same information on as we have on some of the other things that we do in payroll deduction.
Lori, I would suggest that as far as record keeping goes, there are records that HR wants to keep. And I think this is an example of, when you're talking about how much is being deducted from people's wages, this is important. I would say this is related to some of the other reasons why we have so many payroll deductions, that there are many that we wish we didn't have, because there are some that are critically important and others. And so if you only have to keep track of one payroll deduction, that's one thing, but when it's 47 or however many we have, it's another. So I think we're clouding the issue a little bit, that there are times when it's legitimate to have a record of when you're changing people's wages. And what I would say is the decision is what's something important enough to do that about, and what's something that's not. It's the administrative task of allowing the payroll deduction in the first place. We've already made that decision. Then making sure that we have adequate records so that people can't come back and say that we've done something inappropriate with their wages, I think is appropriate to have on file.
And it's not just the employee. I have to tell you that we have switched financial auditors over the years. And this year in particular, and I'm not saying they questioned or asked about this one because I don't know, but we do get asked, we are audited every year on our payroll and as a part of the financial system with the city. And we're audited and asked, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Why did you? And they ask for our files to go back and they ask for us to provide documentation for the actions that we take. And so and I'm not saying that the one form didn't satisfy the auditors, because likely it did, because I don't think it came back as a ding. But they do ask us this sort of thing, and being able to draw a straight line between the authorization that one gives and what comes out of their paycheck is important. It's important on a number of fronts. It's important to the employee, it's important to our auditors, it's important to us. And the straighter the line, the better.
So is your rate a percentage? Is that what you do?
Yes.
Okay, so that, you haven't changed your percentage in a long time, I take it?
It's probably been 10 years probably since we changed the original.
Yeah.
Prior to that, I don't know, but I think it's been a long time.
So, I think if we could do a one-time reset to clean up the, the form so that that language is a bit stronger. From my standpoint, partly it's defense, but it's also making sure that we don't have liability, and that we've been as transparent back to the employee that signed that document as anything, making sure they understand that there's an automatic adjuster built into this rate, which is, that's your business, it's not mine. But what is our business is answering those questions. And if we simply just have to look at a form that says, look, this is what you signed, this is what it says, this is gonna go up, it's adjusted pursuant to article such and such of your bylaws, that a one-time reset might get us there and resolve this issue. And I think, to Seamus's point, yeah, we have multiple deductions compared to maybe year 1 or 2 or 3, but still, I think there's still a sound argument to be as efficient as we can. So, and I think there's something it seems like needless make work to do it every time something's adjusted. And the other problem is, it probably shifts quite a bit of an administrative burden back to us too, so. So the treasurer then, we would say that the treasurer would notify us, that this needs to be adjusted. You kind of keep it the same, but maybe we should take a look at that form again and make sure that you're both sides of this equation are covered clearly.
Is it not our standard payroll action form? It's
No,
a separate
not.
form?
It is a separate.
It's a separate one, but it's tailored to this particular purpose, so we could have tailored language for it. What I
Every
think,
time that form changes, it is, I assume that when you change
A
that
new
form,
one out.
it goes to.
Maybe I can make a suggestion. Maybe this is one where Lori and Aaron could sit down and discuss this and see if we couldn't come up with a change on the form to
Mhm.
consider by both sides.
yeah, because
If
I'm
you're
good with
willing to
that.
do that.
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That would be good.
And, the other thing I'd ask you to consider is the time for that to happen, right? It really doesn't necessarily have to happen before the end of this agreement, but it seems like if we could get people, we have a lengthy sign-up period for this thing to get this thing taken care of.
And the only difference in the two proposed languages is the statement, the deduction will continue each pay period at the same amount until the employee submits another signed authorization form, either to change the amount to be deducted or to discontinue the deduction. We would discontinue the deduction even now if someone said stop, if they sent us a note that said stop.
Yes.
So it's really at the same amount that seems to be of question. So if those 4 words could say something else, like we can change the form so that it outlines how the amount changes, and we change those 4 words, that might be something that we can,
So you address the form and some language that we can live with,
mhm.
right?
And it might just be those 4 words that are changed to something
There you
else.
go. Good.
And 5.3, the city has proposed to strike that, and the IFF has proposed to keep the current language. And I think this is a big discussion item for us, because it has to do with a payroll deduction for the Political Action Committee, the Fire PAC.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's more than process. There,
Gotcha.
yeah. The city does not have a relationship with the PAC,
Mhm.
and therefore do not feel like it should be a payroll deduction
Okay.
for our employees. We don't do it for other entities. We do if they're a part of our wellness program or something like that, the health clubs and that sort of thing.
Mhm.
But they're a part of our structured benefit program. I haven't been able to identify what a PAC might fall under. We wouldn't do it for, if a candidate asked us
Mhm.
for city commission, said, can you do a payroll deduction if people want to contribute to my campaign? We would not do that. We wouldn't do it for local elections. We wouldn't do it for national elections. And that's kind of what this is, or we wouldn't do it for initiatives. If someone were purporting an initiative in the city and said, hey, you know, we have some employees who've told us they would love to have, they'd contribute if they had a payroll deduction, we would say that's not appropriate for a city payroll deduction. And I kind of feel like this falls in that category. And I also, and secondly, I feel like even if we did entertain it, it's probably not appropriate to have in a memorandum of understanding. That's probably something that should be individually with the PAC, and, you know, some sort of agreement with the PAC if we were to do a payroll deduction. So I don't believe it belongs in this agreement under any scenario. And so therefore, the city would purport that we strike it.
So, Dean, does your association have a legal connection to the PAC? Is there, or is the PAC a separate entity?
It is a separate entity, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so I think that's where we kind of get into it. And, you know, like so many things, it's in this agreement, but I'm not sure anybody really thought about it. Our relationship is with you as an association. As Lori says, we don't have any relationship with the PAC. You have maybe a relationship with the PAC. And there's the whole, and we had a very lengthy conversation with the LPOA about political involvement. And I'm not gonna ask you what you do or don't do, but I'll lay out a scenario for you. So, and I'm not saying you're doing this, okay? But if the PAC decides to endorse a local candidate for city commission, or decides to run advertising opposing a candidate, whether incumbent or, you know, somebody running for the first time, or second or third time, and then we're providing dues deduction to an organization that we don't have a relationship with, it seems really awkward. So that to me is a big concern to me and how we do business. And we're supposed to remain apolitical. Now, is it para? Is that what it's called at the state level?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not subject to para, but we've had different legal question as to whether you're subject to para. I would say to you, just from an ethical standpoint, we have concerns about us being in the business of deducting somebody's voluntary donations to an organization that is then taking political positions on any number of things that they could in terms of our of potential candidates, positions in the city about political positions, that sort of thing. I think it's an entirely different thing for your association to do whatever is within your bylaws, but not so much for the PAC. That tends to be a little bit more, way more conflicted in my mind, so. That's where we're coming from.
So Lori, if I'm hearing this correctly, the city agrees that an employee has a right to have payroll deduction to any bank account, and
Yes, they can choose a bank.
So I could
account.
authorize a payroll deduction to a PAC.
Any account you give, we do not look to see whose name is on the
Okay.
account. So, you could hand me, as long as you hand me a bank account, and we pre-note, generally speaking, we pre-note to make sure, what that means is ahead of time with $0, we see if the bank accepts our deposit of whatever it is. And if it comes back and it doesn't bounce, if it actually gets deposited or accepted by the bank, then we begin putting in whatever you authorize. And while we don't do 100 of them per employee, employees are allowed to have a handful of places that they that they can allocate their paycheck to. And we do not ask for who is the owner. So I could have part of my paycheck go to my neighbor if I signed off on the form and said that. If they gave me their bank account and I signed off on it, on our payroll deduction form, on our direct deposit form, the pre-note went through, the money would go there every pay period.
Don't you have any concern with that? As long as it's not offshore.
I'm not even sure we check for that, but we could.
Well, that might cause another problem.
That might be a whole different topic. So I think the city would hold firm with, we would like to strike this language, and I guess the subsequent action would be as some appropriate time at the end of the year that we would also stop those deductions from coming out of the paychecks. That's not explicitly laid out in here, but that would be our statement. Would that be accurate?
So, if I understand what we may be talking about here is, you would accede to our request to remove that language, recognizing that there's other provisos that you can deposit to an account number that is authorized by an employee that isn't identified to us in any way. It's an account number. And, you know, on the face of it, that seems like a pretty logical way to go about it.
We're just trying to make sure we have a complete understanding, so that we can make an educated decision regarding the proposal. So
That would require.
I'm not making a wink and a nod here, by the way. I'm just saying.
I don't interpret it that way, sir. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. It would require anyone who wanted to contribute to that PAC to come in and do a new
Yes, ma'am.
deduction authorization, because we're pretty picky about signatures on that.
Yes.
Yeah, and bank, you know, we want the employee telling us and nobody else. And that's one of the few forms that we do actually ask for a signature on.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay. And I think the next one, we TA'd 5.4, that was just a text change. In fact, we TA'd quite a few, all of 5.4, and that takes us down to 5.5, IFF union, IFF coverage. Um, Oh, yeah. This is a discussion on, that there's a lot of language in here about what the city will, if the city would not impose additional restrictions. And I think our proposed language is, that we retain the discretion to approve IFF coverage in accordance with our department, our current department policy, SOP, that we have in
Okay.
place, and feel like that's appropriate.
Mhm. So referencing that discussion, we expressed that we follow the department's trade policy, and that's made clear to members, regardless what you're getting a trade for. And the rest of this language is just, it's there, should it be used. It does not change that department trade policy.
Why would we have language that says the city shall not impose additional restrictions on the union's ability to pay members to cover the shifts of other members? We only can speak to, if I work, I get paid. Now, the trade policy also allows in the fire department for firefighters to say, if I do a trade according to policy, you can work for me and I get paid, correct? With
Yes,
the
ma'am.
provision that on some other day, I work for you and you get paid. That's
That's
what
the
the
idea
FLSA
that-
says,
Yes, ma'am.
basically, in
Yes.
shorthand. And we have a policy that guides that transaction. And we believe that policy follows FLSA requirements. We do not want, I think we're uncomfortable having something in our MOU that says that we would do anything beyond that. Or that we even would have, or even that you should be doing anything beyond that, or that we're a party to anything beyond that.
Why don't you expand on that? Why? Why would you be uncomfortable?
Well, I would be uncomfortable because what this is insinuating, I guess, or alluding to, or I don't want to be, what it infers, to get the right definition on the right word, what it infers is that the union may be paying people outside, you may be paying somebody to do something. And there has, and Tony can speak to this better, there has been concerns raised in the court system about that kind of activity and what the parameters are on that. And I don't think we, as a city, would feel comfortable condoning or being a party to, even in an agreement, even of this nature, to something that could be challenged. And it's our understanding that this, a practice of paying someone else to work the example being, I'm scheduled for a shift. I ask you, according to our trade policy, to work that shift. You agree. We agree that at some future date, we're gonna flip that and I'm gonna work for you. That there is no cash exchange, and the FLSA has a procedure for doing that. What there has been concerns with in the past is by you working for me and me getting paid, that I turn around, or the union turns around and pays you some fee. I don't know, $20, $100, $200, the entire shift wage, or something. That's not what the FLSA has in mind by the trade policy, in my understanding. And if that is happening, I don't know if it is or not, but that's what this statement is alluding to, that there might be an activity of that nature. And I don't think we want that in our agreement. I don't think the city should agree to have that kind of language in there. I think that's, it could pull us into something that we have A, would not condone, and B, would be no party to the arrangement.
This is blown up in different parts of the country, right?
Yes, sir.
And, you know,
Well, I think just the ability to trade has blown up in different parts of the country, as far as contract language for a labor organization to be able to compensate like this, hasn't. This is all, obviously, we're gonna stand by the point of view that this is legal. It's been in this agreement without concern for a long time because of that. We do follow the trade policy, but this gives us the ability, should there be a motion made to do something like that, we could. It's just, that's all that language is. And really, the language is more about the city not being able to restrict how that would be done. I
And
mean, to create I just,
and why would the city,
it just seems weird to take it out. I mean, I don't, it's very hard to understand the different points of view. I realize there might be headlines out there periodically about a city that doesn't want firefighters to trade with each other.
well, there's more than headlines.
There would be it'd be an administrative nightmare, and if we think, one person who's on a fire department somewhere that, did something they shouldn't have been doing, is representative of the fire service as a whole, or Lawrence in particular, I mean, that's,
Okay, but Dean, what does the city's comment is, the city retains the discretion to approve IAF coverage in accordance to department SOP. Chiefs, what's the department SOP say?
Personnel trades, we have a policy that outlines those trade procedures,
And they're permitted.
and they are permitted, as long as
Okay.
they meet the requirements of the policy.
And are there restrictions in there that are beyond? I mean, it's unique almost to the fire services, I understand this provision, okay? The Internal Revenue Service, I think, acknowledges that this is in play. Do you follow the SOP? Is there anything in the SOP that causes you problems?
not that
Because
I'm
we're not,
immediately aware of, sir. I mean, we followed, for example, a big piece of that trade policy is in-class, out-of-class trades, right? Paramedics trading with paramedics,
right.
lieutenants with lieutenants, otherwise there's some, it has to be approved regardless, but, certainly are encouraged to make every effort possible to have in-class trades. And that's something that we're strict about also. I mean, we encourage a member that might need to get a trade to do something for the local, that it has to be in class, like you're following all these same steps. It's not different. I'll try to pull it up here and make sure that there isn't something.
What protection does this provide to the union? I'm sorry, to
Yeah.
the IAFF? Having this language in there, the existing language. What's the hypothetical action that the city would take that would somehow negatively impact your members?
Well, to be without language in here would be to say that we couldn't do that. Pay cash to a member that worked a trade. I guess if that came up, that would be something I don't.
I
we
think it
already-
prevents the city from creating further restrictions on us trading for in this instance.
So in other words, keep our policy for the duration of this agreement, as we've talked about with handbook language.
Possibly.
I don't think we're trying to restrict trade. I don't think we want any liability associated with something that your organization is doing without our knowledge, compliance, or agreement. Isn't that what we're trying to say? Lori?
Yes, entirely.
I mean, it seems to me that your organization has an IRS obligation in this, okay? Your organization is paying on the side, then you're either responsible for issuing a, what, a 1099 or the employee is obligated to file that information on their return. I don't want at some point having the IRS come down on this city saying, well, as the employer, you were supposed to be making some deduction about something we know nothing about.
Mhm.
And so we don't want to be connected to that. That's our point.
Mhm.
Or
I don't think
reporting,
we have an issue about you trading. I mean, again, it's unique
Mhm.
to the fire service. I don't see that happening in police, I don't see it happening in public works or utilities or anyplace else. And I think nationwide, it's kind of acknowledged that it's unique to the fire
Mhm.
service, so.
Well, you know,
Are we
I-
understanding each other?
yes, sir. You know, it's in a recorded payroll. It's a trade. I mean, it's recorded as a trade. It functions as a trade.
what I would say then is, can we work on some language similar to what we have in some other sections and propose some language that indicates that the trade policy as it's currently written will remain in place for the duration of this agreement. It'll probably have some of that language about management rights, but maybe, I don't know, I haven't talked with the team yet. But that, in place of what's currently here, would address the interest that we have a trade policy and that we're allowed to keep using a trade policy. My discomfort comes from saying that that there may or may not be activities going on outside of the employment arrangement that we are now maybe inadvertently being made a party to by either needing to report it as income or if there's, and I'm not saying there is or isn't, but again, the city's only interest is what is on our policies, what are we doing as far as paying employees. One of the things that we do with trade policies and any other policy that's at the department level is ensure that it's meeting all the FLSA requirements, and those are the only things that we have control over, is what's in our handbooks and our policies. And this seems to be talking about something that might be outside of those policies, if there is anything. And I would just like the language to be different so there's no confusion or concern that we're talking about our trade time policy.
I have a suggestion, Dean. Why don't we, both sides, start our caucus a little earlier and start our lunch a little early and see if we can't do what you did yesterday and try and complete a whole package.
Okay. We can look at Article 5 as a package.
Yes,
Mhm.
as a package, and see if we can't resolve those issues back and forth, and both parties come back to be prepared to discuss a bit of give and take to see if we can't get this resolved.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
All right.
So reconvene
At one, unless we need more time and we communicate, right?
Shoot,
Oh,
it's over
did
here.
we
The
get to
5.6.1, the outside labor disputes.
five?
I think that's just you.
Okay.
I,
That was
um,
just because we changed union to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it
Okay.
was.
All right.
Yes, so that would take us to the end of Article 5. And Aaron, if it's okay with you, I might, during this lunchtime, try and get a hold of that payroll deduction form and maybe propose some edits and email it or something?
Maybe that section of all what's making us see that section of balance.
Oh, that would be
How that
helpful.
rate is calculated.
Can you copy paste that and email it to me? I might run up to my computer and see what I can do.
Okay, thanks, and an email real quick.
That would be fantastic. Do you need this emailed to you now?
Everybody's return, caucus and lunch at about 1:40. We can report out a proposal on chapter 5, article 5, or you can, either one, if you have a preference as to who goes first.
We entertain the city's
Okay.
report.
All right,
Okay,
you got it all together?
I think so.
All right.
Can't quite get my chair over the cord, but other than that, I'm good. Okay, Article 5, representation. Okay. 5.1, we took your comments into consideration, and the city would have a counter proposal to your counter proposal back to our original, the counter proposal that we had originally, this, what's typed in there. And the brackets that you had concerns with, we feel like the first sentence, notwithstanding the foregoing pursuant to Resolution 6817, subject to, of negotiation shall not include the enumerated management rights, Section 5. We propose to leave that, but remove the very last sentence that says the city retains the exclusive right to unilaterally exercise the city's enumerated management rights without negotiation. To strike that last sentence. So kind of in the middle.
Just keep walking through.
Okay. For 5.2, does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 5.2, the city proposes maintaining the language we had proposed earlier, but instead of the 72 hours per calendar year, revert back to the 144, but otherwise leave as proposed. 5.23, and this is a package with 5.21, although the numbering's weird on here.
It's all one package.
It's one package, is that we propose the language remain the same as previously proposed, except the very last sentence, time granted by the chief at negotiation sessions while on duty will count toward IAFF time. In other words, eliminate the word not. We felt like those went together. Section 5.2.4, we continue to propose to strike that section. Let's see, then we have a TA on 5.2.5 and 5.2.6. We have some, we feel like we heard what you were saying about in the discussion that we had earlier, and we tried to revise that language in order to only require one authorization form, have it clearly state the things that the city has an interest in, and then provide a method for the treasurer to do that dues change. And Dean, you had sent me an email with the language from your bylaws that talked about how the dues change increases. And I would recommend that after Casey reads this language to you, that we have proposed that Aaron and I continue to work on the form, and we can do it outside this meeting and come to something and then pass it around with this group to make sure it meets everybody's needs. But we have actually proposed revised language that encompasses everything we talked about, we think, and Casey typed it up there.
It sort of inserts some additional language into a combination of the IAFF's proposed language and the city's. So I'll just read it. It was easier to type a whole new one than to put it in that grid. Let's see. Section 5.2.6 dues. At no cost to the IAFF Local 1596, each pay period the city agrees to deduct from an employee's pay IAFF Local 1596 dues in the amount authorized by the employee. The authorization form will clearly state that IAFF Local 1596 participation is voluntary and will clearly state the method of calculation of the deduction, including any changes as imposed by the IAFF Local 1596. The parties agree the city accepts no liability related to the deduction of dues pursuant to this section 5.2.6. The authorization form will be signed and dated by the employee who wishes to use the payroll deduction system. The form is to be submitted to the Human Resources Division for processing. The deduction will continue each pay period until the employee submits another signed authorization form to discontinue the deduction. In the event of a rate change, the treasurer of the IAFF Local 1596 will notify Human Resources in writing of the new rate, which conforms with the signed authorization form to cover all participants with an active deduction. Any authorized deductions, changes to deduction, or discontinuation of deduction shall become effective the pay period following the receipt of the signed authorization form by Human Resources. The city shall remit the total amount of the deductions each pay period to the IAFF. This one. Goal 1596, treasurer, along with a line-by-line deduction register of the year-to-date totals and the amount calculated from the current pay period. All payroll deductions will comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. And then finally, a new signed authorization form will be required for each participant for 2020. I don't know why it tried to make that a bullet.
And then accompanying that would, be the form that Aaron and I work on, and we would have everybody do a new one sometime between now and the first of the year.
Yes, ma'am.
This says the amount collected, you said calculated, is it collected or?
Or it was supposed to say calculate, or
Collected.
calculated, where is that?
I think it should say
Last
collected.
or-
I caught that too.
Oh, well, basically, it's for
You
these.
could say the amount calculated and collected.
There you go.
It says collected in our existing.
Yeah, collected is what
So
it should be.
collected is correct.
So that is our proposed revision for section 5.2.6 on dues. We continue to propose to strike section 5.3, the PAC deduction. And then we have a TA on 5.4, 5.4.2, 5.4.3. And section 5.5 IAFF coverage, I think we have a slightly revised proposed language for 5.5.1.
Is that the correct citation?
So we went back to the way we handled the voluntary demotion, because that was a department policy as well. And I know we agreed to cut and paste the voluntary demotion policy into this agreement, but felt like the trade time one might be a little bit long for that purpose, and proposed to just make it an attachment at the end, rather than embed it.
Is that it?
And then 5.6 was already a TA, and that is it for Article 5.
If you want to caucus, you can caucus or you can counter
Mm-hmm.
at this point.
Let me review some of our notes here, because we may have some questions. want to make sure none of our questions could be addressed
Oh.
now, even without a copy.
That's fine. I'm getting my notes caught up too.
Mhm. Okay, we appreciate the counter proposals, the thorough language with the due structure. So we'll caucus and review and come back.
Perfect, thank you.
Got an idea, Tom?
Let's see, want to move through it quickly, but, tend to be slow.
Do
Maybe-
2:15 to start and then check with each other?
That
That's like
works well.
25
Yes, sir.
minutes.
2:15?
2:15.
Laura, can we get that email to us? The new-
lived in Arizona for a while. That was also quite a while back.
Okay, returning out of caucus, we'll let you go first this time.
Great. So there's a lot, there's a lot here, so.
Okay.
And it's a little more complex than maybe it seems on the surface. And so as we review proposals and counter proposals, we have some, I'm gonna call it concerns, and we'll create our counter from those concerns. Some healthy discussion here. So we look at, let's see, it starts at 5.1.1, and that's a potential TA there as we move through this package. And 5.2.1, I would appreciate restoring the 144. That change from notification to requests is a concern. As we move through this, we'll kind of touch on that more.
Okay.
Especially with the negotiations, wanting that to be, in order to restore the 144, have to have negotiations count towards union time. That's going to be difficult. Let's see here. So we'll touch on a little history. So we talked a lot about past practices during the negotiation process. We mentioned that past practices that are not in a contract was not something that we really chose to address because they're not in the contract, and when our perspective is they would require a proposal and to get those in, and we would have something to speak to by discussing past practice, but we chose not to do that this time. Additionally, with the changing in a fire chief, a lot of past practices are based on a fire chief. A good example of that, a lot of it exists in the contract, and so, for example, our union time for negotiations and for monthly meetings wasn't something that we haven't ever had to use union time for it. It's something that just the previous fire chief didn't do. That practice changed when the fire chief changed. That's part of the contract, so we didn't object, but it did change the way we're trying to essentially balance our budget of time in order
specific
to do things.
between the chiefs? Tell me what it was. And so you're saying between Mark and...
So now we get charged the union time for monthly meetings, and so we have less union time to work with. So we're learning how to budget our time based on that. But that's how current.
You did say that's consistent with the current language. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For example.
But,
before we get to-
hold on.
Okay.
But the practice was that you weren't being charged despite the language of the
Yes,
the
sir.
agreement. That's your point.
Just saying, yes, sir. So that 144 hours now is much more. It's needed even more for us. And I realize that the city is proposing keep the 144 back in. And we're just giving an example. That's important. We practiced, on the flip side, we practiced requesting the union time rather than notifying of it. Even though the contract provided us the opportunity to notify, we requested.
Got it.
And we think our attitude and behavior towards these negotiations are a great example of how we operate. You guys can see it right here, experiencing it well in real time. Because we care about staffing. We also work the 24-hour rotating shift. We're very sensitive to that. So being able to notify versus request is important to us, because as things change, fire chiefs change, it could be that request could be may not be approved, and so that time is valuable. Additionally, with the negotiations, we have a few things with that in this language. One is that negotiations are between the city and our association, not with the chief. So the chief's discretion as to us being able to attend these seems inapplicable to this. Second, if we were having to use the 144 hours to include negotiations, that that may not be enough. As you can see, we've done everything we can to avoid having to require coverage to be here. And that, I can speak for this team right now, again, language exists for people, future people, I mean, that won't be here, but, that aren't here now. But it could be that, so our intent is to always do that. However, right now, we have 4 board members that are only on 2 of the 3 shifts. So we have an open shift day. But what if all 3 shifts were represented here? We'd have to be using some time, or the city would have to be providing us the ability to come. Regardless, there's some cost there. And the cost, if the cost was time, the 144 hours, that could be burned up pretty quick, just for negotiations. And so, we don't think it should count towards the union time.
I have a question about your meetings, your
Mhm.
union meetings. When that 144 hours to request to attend a union meeting, is that for all of you or the executive staff?
It's just for an executive board member
Okay.
that might be on duty during that time.
Okay, so everyone else, knowing that somebody's always gonna be on duty, you just hold meetings on rotating basis, so I don't know, I guess maybe
It's
it's
set,
not my
and
business.
there
but-
is always a shift on duty, and so sometimes you can't attend.
Okay, I understand.
And sometimes even if we've been approved of union time, whether we're being charged union time or not, we're busy and
Mhm.
can't go.
Gotcha,
The tones don't know what you're trying to do.
right,
So you're busy, you're on a call, you're out of town transfer, whatever it is.
okay,
So work is still work.
okay.
As we move forward through these, takes us to. Should I put up the- Okay, that's right. I missed a point on, also with negotiations, is that if they move in to impasse and go to a mediator, none of us can control that schedule really. I mean, we could request, we could throw out some suggestions to the mediator, but most likely, we're at the mercy of their schedule. And that would be very difficult. Very difficult for us with that limited hours.
Dean, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So on a year when there aren't negotiations, is 144, I mean, that's, negotiations aren't every year, I guess, is my point. So
Mhm.
did you all talk about that at all, or thoughts
So,
about that?
yes, ma'am, a little bit. So that's a tough one because they've been so different. The lengths of time have been so different in the last, let's say, 10-year period. We're going on a 4-year contract, which was a long time. But we don't know what this next one's going to be, so we don't know what the one after that would be. So that's a tough one, and especially now that we are charged the union time for the monthly meetings. Trying to decide how far 144 stretches is difficult. Personally, I don't think it does not stretch as far as it used to, so I said it really could use more. But we didn't propose that, and just really looking at how we do things to make sure we work within 144 hours.
And when you're speaking of negotiations under this 5.2.3, we're talking about the actual meeting time, correct?
That's
Like-
my understanding, is
Okay.
that, like
I'm
right
just-
now,
just
for
making
example,
sure, yeah.
if any of us were on duty, we would be charged union
Okay.
time to be here.
So it's time to be in this meeting, to be in any mediation meetings that we might be called to. It's this actual time we spend together at the negotiation table.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what.
So outside work we do on our own time.
On our own time, okay. Okay, well, that's helpful. So, is the more important piece, because I was making some notes on your concerns, the word that we want to eliminate that word not, and that we want negotiations to count toward that 144, versus the process for securing the time off is what?
No, ma'am. I mean, as we move through this package, I think.
Oh, okay.
As we move through it, obviously we're sparking some discussion, but the notifies and the not having union time be part of negotiations is something that's important to us.
Okay,
and I'm trying to voice concerns about it as we move through this. Try
Okay.
to explain it. Then on, we'll maybe come back to dues here. So for section 5.4.3, I'm sorry, 5.5.1, is that, yes. With the trade policy,
Oh, yeah.
it'd be possible to add the date, and specifies for the duration of this agreement so that there's no question which, the policy that's being used, should it change.
Like today's date or
Yes.
January's date?
In effect
Other
on.
parts of the agreement,
Mhm.
we've said as of
Right,
this date for a policy, and then,
yeah, that's,
Okay.
yes.
And if that's done, would you consider language?
we could TA that one. Again, this is, kind of as the city mentioned, all of these are being treated as a package. So one thing may influence another,
Okay,
so that's really the,
So, I'm sorry, insert for the duration of this agreement, the city retains the discretion to approve. Like that, is that what I was hearing?
what I'm hearing is that, the policy
No, it's the
effective
SOP
on,
policy.
yeah, effective on, and I think currently we just have a blank spot, we haven't picked the date.
mhm.
But a couple of places in this MOU, we've said this policy effective and then a blank for a date, like 10.1 effective and then a blank line. And then we'll pick a date sometime before we close negotiations. Is that correct, Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Is that everything in 5?
Yes, ma'am, so we have, if we look at this, we basically have a request to keep notification rather than requests, and then have the union time not be charged for negotiations.
There's also something we talked about, that there is a potential for almost a conflict of interest if we are required to use union time for negotiations, yet union time is subject to the chief's approval. There's room for, again, we're building contracts for extreme ends of the spectrum to protect us either way. There's room for unethical decisions being made to hinder our negotiation process. For instance, as Dean mentioned, a mediator comes in and can only come on that day. 3 of us happen to be on duty that day. The chief has the option to not approve that union time to go to negotiations.
So you're suggesting that the chief would make a determination that, to keep you out and able, in an effort to influence the outcome of the negotiation?
Again, I'm not speaking to this current table, but we're building contracts for extreme situations, and I believe proposed language would allow for that.
And I would suggest to you that that same kind of conflict of interest, or ethics could be charged against a member of the IAFF making a false claim for when they needed to meet for that sort of thing too. Fraud cuts both ways.
Yes, sir. I hope that everyone's heard me emphasize that this agreement goes both ways. It's for future executive boards and executive staffs to make sure everything is being held in a democratic, diplomatic way that it stays fair and balanced. I'll add, sir, that, yes, ma'am.
I was gonna say, I think our resolution also outlines some prohibited practices that might come into play
Mhm.
in that circumstance.
Section 8, one of the prohibited practices is to interfere with, coerce, or circumvent the other party's exercise of its rights. So I think that addresses Shane's concern. And as far as request versus notification, I would point out that section 5 allows as a management right, management's ability to direct the work of its employees. And the chief, this chief or any other chief should have the ability to know who's working, when they're working, and take into consideration the operations, the needs of the full operation and the service to the community.
And the safety of the community.
Exactly.
So would it help to have language that says that, based on the chief's determination of staffing needs at the time of the request? Or for the period of time, so that the motivation for the decision is known?
Mm-hmm.
So something along the line of the chief may grant such requests at the chief's discretion, something along the lines there that indicate that at the chief's discretion and based on staffing needs, or,
Subject to staffing requirements is the very first.
Yeah.
that's true.
So, just hypothetical, how do we handle a situation in which the mediators come in, set a date for us to be here, and staffing needs did not allow? I mean, how does that work with mediation? Can we reschedule mediation? Are we able to?
That's one option.
I mean, that would be our concern. We wouldn't want
The option
to
is
come to
we
a
have to
table.
call
where we
people
just can't-
back and deal with it,
Mhm.
because in the long run, you gotta get the mediation taken care of, and there's no guarantee that kicking it to another meeting isn't gonna have the same kind of conflict, so.
And that could work for the chiefs as well. It would be a major scene where they would have to be on scene as well.
Yeah, it's, everybody's kinda gotta drop everything they're doing to meet when the mediator is available. Federal mediation is, I don't know if they've cut back, their budgets or what, but they only have one person allocated to serve a pretty big regional area, so you have to go when you go. And it's usually equally discomforting as to the time. It doesn't fit into anybody's
A
schedule.
lot of rescheduling going on. On a,
And that's
okay.
my concern. So there are things we can't reschedule. We call in for something else. So-
Yeah, I think you have to use reason and on both sides of the table, that you have an expectation that, despite the fact that we're short on staff, we're gonna have to call people back, and the chief has to understand that too. I'm staying, I do. I think the other management team members would say the same thing. You gotta get it done. There's only so much time to get it done.
I think it'd have to be a pretty extreme situation not to.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a
I think it's
disaster.
Yeah, so if we have a tornado like we had last month, then. Doesn't matter if the mediator's coming or not, we still have a job to do, and the mediator would understand that when we reschedule.
I think there's even a recognition that there will be times when there may be a member of this executive board that's on every shift. That's not necessarily a bad idea, and so I think knowing that it's a 24/7 operation, those kinds of things the chief is aware of. And I have not experienced, in the times I've been involved with it, extreme difficulty with getting people scheduled off for meetings. I mean, I know a couple of times people have come pretty tired and maybe a little bit late because they've been on a call and they're just now getting there. But for the most part, I think the department has and will continue in the city the same way. We'll try and work with schedules for
Dean,
everybody to be present.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine, as much as possible.
Dean, did you have more comments?
I do. I'll just remind everyone also that our shift assignments, we don't have any control over assignment station or shift. And so we could try to have an executive board that represents all three shifts, but that's simply not possible for the local. We can't control where people are going to be assigned.
That's your business.
No, that's
Mhm.
fine, yeah.
So, well, with negotiations, the negotiation piece, do you want this other language? Let me see. That's essentially our package. We want to keep the notification piece.
How did you feel about 5.2.6, the dues, the proposed
So,
language on that?
so, that's right, we didn't talk about dues or PAC, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
So, we had a question, we can TA this, again, pending this package, TA this and the proposal regarding PAC. We do have a question on dues itself, and this is written well. We appreciate that attention. How does the fire chiefs union dues? How does that structure work?
Excuse me?
The dues for the fire chiefs union. How are they? Is it like this? Is this modeled after that, or is this just something that we?
Oh, is it a payroll deduction or is it I think most of our executive positions have a certain number of professional organizations for which the city may pay the dues. And so it's not actually a deduction from their paycheck.
Okay.
If it were, well, frankly, if the city were not gonna pay the dues, they would probably just pay them directly and not involve the city through a payroll. In other words, the city would not front the money and then have the employee reimburse. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. So IAFC membership is covered by the city, but IAFF membership is covered by the members.
Oh, I don't know if it's covered by the city. I'm just indicating that
Saying that if it is,
it's generally
it's
just paid
because it's
directly.
considered professional development.
And it's probably paid directly. In other words, there's no payroll
I
deduction
got you.
component.
It's not shown on a payroll.
If the city
Sure.
were to agree to pay it, they would just pay directly, and there would be no, if the city did not agree to pay it, there would be no payroll deduction. There would be no paying the dues and then having it recouped from the employee. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
There is a distinction.
Sir.
Well, if you're talking about dues to the IAFF, that's for purposes of wages, benefit, and working condition. The Chiefs Association is purely educational and I doubt even fraternal. Has more to do with education and training than
Okay.
wages and benefits and conditions. It's a pretty major distinction.
And
So-
that was a question. Doesn't affect our
Okay.
TA for that or the PAC.
For 5.2.6 and 5.3. All right, that's the pack, the fire pack.
Are you asking me about 5.3? I'm sorry.
Yes, I
You
am,
said-
sorry.
We can TA that
Oh,
one, yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Totally missed that.
Again, as a package here, so.
Okay, let me summarize this and see if I have everything then. As a package for Article 5, that you would like both in 5.1 and 5.2 to have the word request changed back to notification from the city proposal back to the original language. And you would like the word not reinserted in the city's proposal. And then 5.2.4, was that strike? I didn't quite catch that one either.
Yes, ma'am, we can TA that.
Okay. And then for 5.2.6, the dues, that could be a TA, as well as striking the fire pack deduction. And then TA on 5.5 with the IFF coverage and the reference to the SOP on trade time with the effective date, with the revision of the effective date. Am I summarizing these?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah, I didn't go over it very clearly, so yes.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm saying here. And then 5.6 was TA. So that's, in essence, what you're asking us to say yes to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give us 15 minutes to caucus, and we'll
Yes.
come back and talk to you.
Yes, sir.
The time to caucus, we've gone through your language and we've come up with some additional language which we hope gives you some assurance about how we intend to behave in terms of the time and the request and so forth. We looked specifically at your concerns about the amount of time and considered the past practice language and came up with a counter. So, Laura, you want to go through that? Or Casey?
Mostly, but I'm going to defer to Casey. So on 5.2.1, on both of these sections, 5.2.1 and 5.2.3, request is a very important word to the city versus notification. It really has a lot to do with management rights and the discretion of the chief. However, we put in some language that we hope addresses your concerns about being reasonable and making sure things happen when they at all possibly can. So, under 5.2.1, I think she's typing right now. We are proposing to add the words, "and such approval shall not be unreasonably withheld," after chief's approval. And then, if you can hold that highlight, Casey, we'll go down to 5.2.3. And I don't know if you've had a chance to type that in yet. Under that, we have a similar statement, and I'll let Casey type it in and then we'll read through it. Okay, and then in addition to that, we attempted to address the concern of the 144 hours. So there is a sentence we would like to add to the bottom of 5.2.3 that addresses a situation where we might need additional time in the year of negotiation. And
Is it easier if I just type it up there rather than putting it on that one?
Yeah, check it up there. That's a good idea.
so our hope is that by adding the additional language on the approval process, that such approval shall not be unreasonably withheld, coupled with the language that's in the resolution already about an unfair labor practice or prohibited practice, that would take care of any unreasonable, that we would get things scheduled. And then the last sentence, in the calendar year in which discussions pursuant to Resolution 6817 occur, additional time beyond the 144-hour maximum may be approved by the chief, and such approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. We understand that there's quite possibly the need to hold negotiations on top of somebody's shift at some point in time. And that we've just been very lucky this year to be able to have as many negotiations as we can on your days off. And don't expect that on, we know that may not always be possible.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're hopeful that by having this in place, meets your needs for that. And
Great. Well, we appreciate those counter proposals. We'll have to discuss them as a group, but we appreciate it.
okay.
So how should I label this? Should I just put on all of Article 5 that we're back to the city offered a counter proposal?
Oh, I think so. Because we're really close, like 1 minute away from our adjournment
Mhm.
time,
Okay.
that we probably, I don't know if you want to talk about where we go forward from this and then possibly meet and possibly TA all these Article 5 and be done with it today. I don't know if the rest of the room has another 30 minutes or not, but I would propose that even if we do stay a little bit longer, that we go ahead and talk about what we want to do going forward.
Yes, ma'am. We'd request to set that agenda for Saturday, and we do take advantage of some of the conference space after this to caucus for a little bit, but we wouldn't be able to stay much later due to childcare arrangements.
I understand. Okay. So, we have, our next meeting is scheduled for Saturday, June 29th, from 9:30 to 3:30. And it's currently marked tentative, so am I hearing that we want to remove that tentative and keep it scheduled?
From our perspective, it doesn't seem like there's really an option. We have, it feels like we still have half this contract to discuss.
Yeah. The city had talked.
Actually, a little less than
A little less than that. I think the city could make a couple of hours available tomorrow at midday, if your team is available. But only, I think 12 to 2 was all that we would be able to make available tomorrow.
Okay, on a double book.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we did. So we have an all-day commitment, all day and then well into the night commitment tomorrow.
Okay.
But we appreciate that.
I hope it's
Trying to
fun.
open up.
Yeah, really?
You can tell we're super excited. It's good work to be doing though. We do appreciate the 2 hours on the offer though.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, so we will keep June 29th, 9:30 to 3:30 on the calendar?
Why don't we do what we did before and compress it,
Okay.
if that's okay with everybody?
Yes, sir. Remind me what the
What was the deal on
question
that?
was?
We did
We
9 to
skipped-
9 to 1, no lunch.
Okay.
And if you want to go to 1:30, the 1 o'clock, if we go 9 to 1 versus 9:30 to 3:30 with an hour lunch, that's one less hour of meeting time.
Mhm.
So we could, if we wanted to hedge a little, we could go to 1:30, something
Okay.
like that.
I think, pretty sure, you guys can correct me, that we can bump it up with ease, and since we're prepared for 3:30.
So bring your lunch and you can caucus
can-
or something.
We can shoot for 9 to 1.
Yeah.
9 to 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Kurt, did you get that?
Yes.
9 o'clock to 1 o'clock on Saturday, June 29th. And then as far as agenda, hopefully Article 5 won't take too long, unless you want to do it a few minutes yet today. And then we would move to Article 10 and then to Article 8. Do we want to, we've kind of gotten through one article a day.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
It seems like we just keep trying to move through this.
Keep
right?
going,
I mean,
okay.
We've got 10 and then 8, and then there'll be more after that, so.
And then we've got our process package, I guess, that we set aside.
Can revisit. Okay.
I could put that next if we want to, or
Okay.
is there something else that I'm missing? You know what, I did.
Well, remember, a lot of things are contingent on the grievance procedure
Do we,
piece.
do we want to get to that piece? I had made a note to myself. We could do Article 10, Article 8, and then there is, which one's the grievance procedure under?
That's its own article.
It's 9:17.
It's just.
Oh, there we go, grievance procedure. It is pretty long, it's embedded in 9. Shall I put grievance procedure next, and after that?
After Article
That
10,
makes
or
sense.
after Article 8.
Like I said, we're optimistic, but judging by the pace so far, to go through 10, then 8, and then a grievance procedure could be,
Well, we
Maybe
probably won't get there tomorrow.
so.
But then I guess, Saturday,
Mhm.
thank you. So I guess Saturday, we really then have to decide, process,
Mhm.
because we really have to decide process.
Decide how Monday works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And decide how Monday works. That doesn't mean we can't continue to
Mhm.
make headway through, because as we've all acknowledged, that even if we are forced to the calendar to do some stuff under the resolution regarding impasse, that doesn't mean we have to quit talking
Okay.
and quit meeting.
Yeah, if you read the resolution, we can schedule additional meetings right up to almost mediation, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, we just have some process things we have to do on the 1st and on the 3rd,
Mhm.
and then we can just keep going.
Think of it this way,
After
when LPOA went into August, we're ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Okay, so for our lineup on agenda items, Article 5, finishing it up, Article 10, Article 8, grievance procedure, which is inside of Article 9. Because those are major topics we really haven't spent as much time with as I think we're all gonna need. And then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound good order?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you want to wrap up Article 5 today?
Let us talk about it, and we'll address it first thing on Saturday.
Okay.